because we only have a few slides in the beginning, and then we're going to kind of get into it. So I didn't want any of the grant review committee members to miss these first couple of slides before we get going. So welcome. This is a public meeting. Just want to remind you of that. And so this is being recorded. We did turn off the chat, and so the chat is not available. The reason being is because it is a public meeting, we would have to read back the chat into public record. And so if you, for this meeting, it is just for the grant review committee to be having conversation and making decisions and recommendations today. And so if you are a member of the public, you will have an opportunity for public comment at the end. And so as we go through these and as the discussion is happening, I know it may be tempting to raise your hand and have a comment if you are a member of the public. Please don't do that. I will direct you to public comment if that is done during the meeting. So just for discussion with the grant review committee today. So, and also to the grant review committee members, any questions that you have specifically about an application or what we're going over today, please direct those questions to CJC staff. We don't want to engage with any of the applicants during this meeting, just simply because we don't want to put them in a position to where they feel they have to defend their application. And so if needed, if further questions need to be answered, CJC staff can reach out to the applicant to get you an answer. So I have, from the last grant review committee meeting that we had, identified conflicts of interest. And so as we go through for grant review committee members, I will just tell you this is a conflict. I just ask that you go off camera and you mute yourself at that point. Please don't engage in the discussion or respond to any of the discussion. And then when we move on to the next court, you can come back on and engage. So again, kind of similar to last time, we are shooting for 1 day today. It is in the same format. And so again, tomorrow we do have, I think, half a day scheduled. We probably will more than likely not have quorum, and so we are shooting for just today. I feel like just given the pace that we had last meeting, we will be able to accomplish that. So again, we're doing adult drug courts, mental health courts, family treatment courts, juvenile, and then veterans and DUI courts in that order, very similar to what we did last time. So okay, so today's overall purpose for grant review committee members is y'all are going to be providing funding recommendations to the commission for final approval of funds for all of the applicants. So that meeting, the commission meeting where that will occur, is next Thursday. And so we hope to leave today with a funding recommendation specific to each court, but also an overall funding recommendation for the specialty court grant program for the next biennium. So I did want to note one thing before we move on. There were 3 courts that applied in the preliminary round that decided not to move forward into the final round. And so we initially had 52 applicants, we're down to 49. So I just kind of wanted to give that note. I will make note as we go through what those courts are. So any initial questions about just the nature of the meeting and the purpose of the meeting? Okay. This is our schedule. This is a very loose agenda today in terms of how we move through this. We kind of left some room for some wiggle room in terms of where we want to take breaks and things like that. But I am probably not going to be keeping track of break times as closely as this agenda says that I should be. And so if you all need a break or we just want to take a couple of minutes, if there's a good time, please raise your hand and just say I need a break. I will try to remember to do so as we go through the day. I will say at the very end, because there will potentially be some adjustments that we need to make at the very end. We will be taking a few breaks to make sure that the information is updated and you all have the correct numbers before we take a vote. So at the end of the day, we might have to slow it down a little bit depending on how the front part of the day goes to make some adjustments. So just a reminder, this is all of the different roles that we have with CJC staff, the Grant Review Committee, and then the Commission. We are down at the last check mark for the Grant Review Committee. You all have put in a ton of work so far, and so this is the last time for this, hopefully, for this grant cycle, this competitive grant cycle that you all will meet. And the point is to, again, provide final funding recommendations to the Commission. And then next week, those recommendations will move before the Commission. So as you can see, the total funds requested at 28 million, a little over 28 million, was much higher than the total available funds of 19.1. And so as CJC staff went through this and did our analysis and made some recommended reductions for y'all as we go through this, these were some pretty deep reductions, okay? And so we tried to be as equitable as possible, and I'm gonna present to you a methodology that we have put into place to achieve equity and to be as objective as possible as we went through these different courts. And so the idea is that we go through these CJC staff recommendations through each court and we'll end up with kind of a base level recommendation of funding. Obviously, as we go through these, you all have the ability to make adjustments, to make comments that we can do on the back end as we go through this day. And so very similar to last time, if you accept the CJC recommendation, then we move on. If you have comments or you would like to make a change, then we can do that as well. So that's kind of how we're going to go through. I am going to present that methodology so that you all understand the process that we took to get down to the total available fund number. And then once we get to that base level, we are still going to have some funds left over that are going to be needed to be reduced. And so we are then going to present you all with a few scenarios that would potentially get us down to the 19.1 that we're aiming for today. And so you all will have options again to take those scenarios, to adjust them as you all see fit through discussion. And so that will be at the very end of the day after review each court. So does that process make sense? Does any GRC members have any questions before I move on to our methodology? Kelsey.
I just had a quick question in reviewing the applications, and I'm still new to this process, so bear with me. But when responses were given in terms of feedback, like these are the things that need improvement or whatever, I noticed that a lot of them don't have responses back to us. Were they told that they all needed to respond, or was it just like, hey, for your reference, here are the things that you're lacking or could improve upon?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we asked them to submit something only if there was a program change between the preliminary application and now, or if there was something very specific that the Grant Review Committee asked them to provide more detail on. And so some of them didn't have any sort of changes. And so responding to the feedback, the direction for the grantees was to respond to that in the form of the appropriate funding request. And so throughout this biennium, they can use those funds to then the next time meet those standards. Does that make sense? And so part of our methodology today, or when we look through this, is to tell you whether or not they actually responded appropriately in their funding request to your feedback. So there were a few programs that did have specific direction to respond in the narrative, and we have captured that and we can discuss that. But for the most part, that was where they were directed to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on this process? Okay. All right, just to kind of anchor us in, I think you all have seen this slide a couple times now. This is where we started. This was kind of the foundation of all of CJC staff's process in both the preliminary and the final application. And so you all, when we talked about feedback from the preliminary applications, it was based on needs and improvement from adherence to standards. And so again, anchoring this to adherence to standards and how courts can continue to approve throughout the next biennium, and using these funds, CJC funds, appropriately to do that. And so an overall purpose to fill a resource gap that's preventing the courts from operationalizing those standards. And so to go back to Kelsey's question, this is what the direction that the applicants had, was to use this funding in a way that would help them operationalize those standards. And also, some feedback that was provided to every applicant was the appropriate request for treatment funds that align with the rate of the provider, and then the appropriate FTE funding request for coordinators to support the continued operationalization of the standards. And so as we went through and did our analysis on these funding requests, we objectively tried to hold true to this. And so this was, again, our anchor in terms of our methodology that we developed for these pretty big reductions that we had to make. So. Okay, so there's a lot on this slide, but this is our approach, CJC staff's approach to reach that base level recommended funding that we're going to be going through today. And so personnel was maintained at current service level unless there was some sort of explanation about needing something extra or needing something on top of current service level to continue at current service level. And there are a few examples of that as we go through that I will provide with specific courts. Training and travel was capped at $3,000 a person, and so $12,000 total for the OJD and the county allocated funds. There was one exception to a court, which I can comment on when we get there, and it was simply because of geography and their access to an airport for traveling. So we did make an exception with that. And then the next three, we tried to be a bit equitable in terms of how we approached cuts with drug testing, treatment, and supplies. And so so what we did essentially was we took into consideration growth. We understand that, you know, courts are going to continue to grow as they go through this biennium. And so taking that into account, we reduced any request in treatment, drug testing, or supplies to reflect their current participation or active population with room for growth at 25%. And so that's kind of where we landed with any cuts in those three categories. Okay, so we also reduced the administrative request by 50%. So that means that the cap originally is at 10%, we reduced it down to 5%. So we reduced it by half. A couple of things that we just didn't fund, just simply because they weren't in the realm of this particular grant: office spaces, meeting rooms, jail beds, and any supplemental treatment requests. Those were not funded. And again, as we go through, particularly with the supplemental treatment requests, I can give you some examples as we go through specific courts. We removed any request that's just an unallowable, that's listed out in our grant administration guide. And then with the feedback, the grant review committee feedback, we did our best to protect those funding requests. And so we made exceptions for those courts that were responding to that feedback. And so with this methodology, every court got some reduction. Some of it depending on what they asked for and what their feedback was from you all. That the amount of reduction will vary. Okay, and so as we go through this, if you have questions in terms of the difference, I'll, please ask them so that I can explain why this reduction occurred and why, or maybe why it didn't. I'll do my best to kind of make note of that as we go through them, but if you do have questions, please don't hesitate to ask. So this is where as we go through this, this is where we started and kind of went through. This was our methodology that we're going to get to the base level before we present those scenarios at the very end. So I have two questions. First of all, are there any questions on this approach that we took? And also, would this be helpful for you all, grant review committee members, to have this in some format of an email so that you can have this list in front of you as we go through these courts? Is that something that would be helpful so that we don't have to refer back to this slide, and also you don't have to memorize it? Okay, yeah. I see. Okay, all right. Let's see. Avery, if you can hear me, would you be willing to email this list to the grant review committee members?
Yes, of course.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Joe, you have a question?
Yeah, just for clarification as we're starting this process. So all the applications that we currently still have that we reviewed have their original request. What we'll be going through now is this formula applied to that request.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm not going back and forth between applications and what we're reviewing. So, okay, perfect.
Yeah, no, and you'll see, like, on the first one, the first table that I show with the first court, we'll walk through what you all are looking at, and then it will become pretty familiar. But yeah, you'll see the original request and then what was reduced and what the current recommendation for funding is. So,
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Any other comments on this? Anything that's not understood in terms of our approach to this? You should be getting this via email, so you will have it if you want to refer to it, or if you have any questions. Okay. All right, then we're gonna get going. Like I said before, we did it in the same order as we did the preliminary round, and so it's going to be drug courts in the same. Those courts are going to be presented in the same order that they were in the preliminary round, and so we'll get moving. So again, if you have any sort of questions on that methodology as we go through this, please don't hesitate. I can also pull up this slide if that's easier as well, but that's kind of where we started. Okay. So Marion County Adult Drug Court, we did want to provide this feedback, and so you saw this is what you all recommended to them. This is what Marion County got from you all in a feedback letter from CJC staff, and so this is where each court took this feedback and hopefully made funding recommendations appropriate to this feedback. And so that was what part of our analysis was whether or not they did that. So this one, again, was continue with operational costs commensurate with current spending levels. And so this is what, I also want to note before we get into this, OJD and county asks. So again, we have OJD allocated funds and county allocated funds to OJD and county funds. At the end, we are going to separate that so that you can see what is allocated to OJD and what is allocated overall to specialty courts. In this table, those are combined. Okay, so they're both represented. We didn't pull them out simply because the recommendation overall for this court are these funds, the entire request. Okay, so if you want specific numbers that were requested to OJD, we can potentially provide those to you if you need them. But this is both of them combined. This is the overall ask. Okay, so what are we looking at? So we have the budget categories over on the side, and then the requested amount, county and OJD. We have the total budget category allotted. So this is what was allotted based on our analysis to this particular court. And then the percentage of that particular category that was fulfilled or allotted, and then the dollars of that particular category cut. Okay.
Hey,
What you'll
Rachel.
see. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's still showing up as the methodology screen for us.
Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Can you see that now? Hold on. Nope. Okay. Let's try this again then. Thank you. Okay, can you see the first slide? Can you see the presentation? Okay. Okay, can you see this? The table?
Nope, still on the first slide.
Well. See here. Okay, this is a different version, so maybe that will. Can you see where I'm at?
Golden, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. Okay, so again, this is the table that you're going to see for each court in our analysis. I'll walk you through it real quick again because I didn't realize you couldn't see it. And so we have the categories. We have the total category, the total budget category requested. Again, it's county and OJD included. I do want to note that the OJD budget categories were limited to personnel, supplies, and training and travel. And so county allocated funds to OJD were only in those categories. And so total budget category allotted. And so this is what the recommended funds allotted are from CJC staff, and then you have the percentage of the category fulfilled and the dollars cut. I did want to make one note as we go through these. You'll notice that the supplies, the training and travel, and the administrative categories are going to have cuts on them just based on our methodology across the board. And so I can comment on them if you all have questions about them, but for the most part, it is just that those cuts that we came up with. So any questions on this table? Any questions on Marion County in general? Any other detail? The contractual services that was cut were just based on UAs. We moved them down to better reflect participation versus capacity. And so we made that adjustment very similar to what we just talked about with our methodology. Anybody have any questions on this or on the comments on the recommendation for the total funds allotted for this court? Okay. If not, I'm going to move on. And again, if you need specifics, please let me know and we can get into them. Or if you have any recommended changes that want to be made. So Clackamas County Adult Drug Court, again, this one was very similar. It was continue with current operational costs. And then again, we made the adjustments to supplies, training and travel, the administrative categories. We did make an adjustment in the contractual services and then in the housing and facilities. And this was a reflection of current service level. Those particular categories were as well, along with personnel. So again, at the bottom, you can see the requested and then the total funds allotted, which is the CJC staff recommendation for this court. Julie.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about the housing reduction, housing and facilities, like what that is about? I see it like just a big cut there.
Yeah, so that's a great question. Their housing was their biggest ask, and there were 3 different categories where there was a community partner, which was one of the requests, and then there were 2 other requests, one of them being the same amount as the community partner. And so when we looked at current service level, we looked at participation, we felt like it was more appropriate for them to continue to partner with their community partner and make reductions in the other areas of that particular ask.
Thank you.
Yep. And again, just a reminder, if you all want to make adjustments to this, you are more than welcome to. So if there's something that you disagree with or would like to see modified, please let us know and we can do that. Okay. WLAWA, their recommended use of funding from their feedback was secure treatment resources for participants, secure telehealth as an option for participants, and stand up an advisory committee. The first 2 in particular were things that this applicant identified as a need. And so when we looked at their ask and our recommended reductions reflect that. And so it's something in their funding ask that we tried to protect. This is also one of those courts that has a higher cap on training and travel simply because of their geography. I think for them to get to any conference that is out of state, they have to drive to Boise to get to an airport. And so if they're going to send team members, multiple team members, we wanted to give them a little bit more in that in funding in that category, just so that they're able to do that. So. Any questions on WLAWA? Okay. So Lane County Adult Drug Court, their feedback was to increase the level of training among specialty court team members and then continue with current operational costs. And so again, in this, so just to clarify with training, if it was something that was a feedback, we still cut it to 12,000 per, or I'm sorry, 3,000 per person. But what we also did is if there was an additional request for a train, so the most common training is NADCP. And so we tried to cap that at 3,000. But if the applicant asks for additional training because it was part of their grant review committee feedback, then we kept that as well. And so we tried to protect that request by recognizing that they're making an effort to increase the level of training. And so I just wanted to make note of that even though we did cut training and travel, it was simply that cap, but may have kept in place other training requests outside of NADCP. And again, with contractual services, this is an example of where we adjusted the ask to the current participation level and active population with a little bit of room for growth throughout the biennium, which is a reflection of that reduction. Any questions or comments on Lane County Adult Drug? Okay. So Lincoln County, very similar, convene a policy committee more frequently and then continue with operational costs, current operational costs. And so for their request, again, we capped training and travel. And the rest of their ask was a reflection of their feedback, but also at current service level. And so we tried to reflect that. Okay, I'm not seeing any comments, questions. Also, if I'm going too fast and you need more time to look at these, please tell me to slow down. I've seen these a couple times, and so I know what I'm looking at. If you all need more time to kind of digest this, please let me know and I can slow down. Okay. Douglas County, Joe, I have you just identified as a conflict, and so just ask, you don't have to necessarily go off camera, but just ask that you don't comment on any of this discussion as we go through this. And so their recommended use of funding was to share and integrate treatment plans with the specialty court team and stand up an advisory committee. I just want to know, because you're going to see these types of recommended use of funding as we go through this. This is a reflection of the specialty court court coordinator. And so this is where we looked for these particular types of feedback items. We looked for the appropriate FTE and a court coordinator for this particular court. So as we go through and you see things like this where there's not a very obvious connection to a funding request, it's more than likely the court coordinator as it's reflected in this. And so we tried our best to protect that as well. In this instance, the court coordinator is not funded by CJC, so they're not asking for it, but that was just an example. For this one, we did adjust supplies according to participation, and then as well as adjusted the administrative ask. Okay, I'm seeing no questions on this. Okay, Columbia County, Julie, this is you. I have you identified as a conflict for this, so please just don't comment on any discussion. The feedback was to increase the level of training among specialty court team members and then train weekend drug testing services. And again, we were looking at reductions as they related to current service level. And so we made an adjustment in supplies as well as the administrative ask for this particular court. Any questions on this? And what I mean by current service level as we're going through this is what they're currently doing. I know that sounds kind of obvious, but we looked at FTEs. We also look at previous asks. And so that's kind of where we're getting that and tried to balance those with the idea that they're going to continue to grow. So just wanted to clarify that. Okay. All right, Lynn County Adult Drug Court, again, share and integrate treatment plans with the specialty court team and then convene a policy committee more frequently. Had some reduction in housing, very similar to the question that you asked previously, Julie. We felt like that was just an appropriate ask. Given what they asked for in that category, but also looking at it to participation and also made a cut and adjustment in supplies and then administrative, the administrative ask as well. Any comments, questions on this one? Okay. So Montgomery County Drug Court, this is their start court. The feedback for recommended use of funding was to obtain weekend drug testing services, convene an advisory committee more frequently, increase the level of training, and then this specific feedback was request funds based on operational cost, not capacity, for this particular court. So we did make some reductions in personnel. Again, just a reminder, this is county and OJD for personnel, so there is a court coordinator in there. This particular reduction was on for the county request, not the county allocated funds to OJD. There was an alternate defense attorney and legal assistant positions that were cut simply because they weren't representative of the main core team members to justify or maintain current service level. So we removed those. We did adjust treatment. If you go back to that methodology, there is a part in there where we talked about removing supplemental treatment requests. And this was an example of that, where there were a few requests that were from the treatment provider, but didn't necessarily reflect treatment to the participants. And so, for example, they were stuff like event planning, graduation planning, those kinds of things. And so we felt like they were just supplemental to the treatment itself. And so we made that reduction in contractual services for this particular court as well. And then made the adjustments for supplies, training and travel, and then the administrative ask. Any questions on this? Just wanted to remind you as we go through this, this is the base level that we are maintaining right here. And so potentially further adjustments coming to these. Okay. Yamhill was asked this.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm really careful when I talk to Dave because
Okay. Okay. So Yamhill County Adult Drug Court. This was a court that came in on provisional. The grant review committee feedback is to increase the frequency of hearing and staffing, integrate and share treatment plans, and then stand up an advisory committee. As well as there was a note from I can't remember who said. I think it might have been Joe, that this application was much better this time, and so they worked really hard in the preliminary round to make this a stronger application. And so this is an example of a court where with personnel there was a new ask. And so it was above current service level, but this position was necessary for them to maintain service level as we go into the new biennium. And their explanation and description of why they needed that particular position going forward, CJC staff felt was sufficient enough to keep it in this request. And so that is why in the personnel category in particular, this new position was approved. And then we made the adjustments to supplies and the administrative ask as well. So any questions on this court? Higher ask than last time, but to maintain service level, this new position is necessary. Okay. Union County, Kelsey, I have you identified as a conflict here, so just please don't comment. Again, the feedback was to share and integrate treatment plans, stand up an advisory committee, and then increase the level of training. And so this is a reflection of that. We did in personnel, there was a case manager that was requested, and we did not, we cut that program, or that program case manager, sorry, as it is a new ask. And so by removing that, again, it's to kind of maintain current service level. And then we did remove some treatment from here based on, there were what we saw as two requests that were kind of accomplishing the same thing. And so we kept one and removed the other. And so that's where that reduction in treatment is. And then also the adjustment of supplies, training, and travel, and the administrative ask. So any questions on this? Okay. So Kirk County Adult Drug Court, again, increase the frequency of staffing and hearings, increase the availability of drug testing for the mental health court. So if you remember, this is a drug court that also has a mental health court. They're combined. It was one application. Part of the feedback that y'all gave them is the next time to separate them so that we get a better idea of who is getting access to what, and then increase the level of training and stand up an advisory committee. And so with this, we did make a reduction in personnel of a probation deputy, which was cut from 1.0 FTE to 0.5 FTE. And again, it's just to maintain current service level, and then made adjustments with the supplies and training and travel. Okay. Josephine County, share and integrate treatment plans, and then increase the level of training. It's the recommended use of funding. For their personnel, we did reduce and did not recommend funding for the deputy DA, a deputy DA request, as well as a PO. We moved that one from a 1.0 FTE to its current service level at a 0.5. And so that was the adjustment in personnel, as well as the adjustment for the last three. Kelsey.
What's the reason for not wanting to assist in funding a deputy DA position? We pay for defense attorneys all the time in these.
Yeah, so in this one in particular, they were new positions. And so just to maintain current service level across the board, we recommended not funding new positions so that courts can be at current service level. So any defense attorney in here that is receiving funding, there are also DAs that are receiving funding. So for instance, Lane County Drug Court has a DA that's funding in type of their personnel, but it maintains current service level. And so that's why this particular cut occurred, as it was a new ask for this court. So
are we providing any other new asks besides Yamhill County? Is that the only exception?
No, there were also some increases in FTE, right? So if there was, if we recognized a growth, an increase in participation, and could anticipate that continued growth in the next biennium, and they articulated that in their response and said this is why we need it in a way that made sense, that aligned with their feedback, aligned with their adherence to standards, then that is something that we would recommend funding. And so there are instances as we go through here where it's either a new position or an increase in an FTE, so it's a new ask in personnel. So. Jake.
Yeah, this is just in response to Kelsey's question. Kelsey, I just got the Justice Reinvestment Program competitive grant disbursement yesterday. And that's for a new ask for personnel. That there's room under that competitive grant. They set aside about $7.2 million for that. So I'm not sure if you saw that. And if not, I can forward you this email. But the funds can be used to support key personnel that increase capacity for downward departure and provide training directly related to the program. So there's some, but it's a competitive process.
No, I just was curious about that because I wasn't sure what the basis was for that on that decision making, but I get that from JRI. I do know that some counties don't look at JRI and drug courts as companion funding, but I appreciate that definitely.
So you have that email, so I don't need to forward it to you?
You don't have to, thank you.
Okay.
Kelsey, I actually misspoke. My CJC staff that are hard at work in the other room capturing all of this. Actually, we didn't completely cut the DA. We just moved it down to 0.5 FTE to current service level. So that position wasn't completely cut. It was just reduced to where it initially was. So hope that clarifies, and sorry for that.
No, that's okay. Thank you for answering the question.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions on this? Okay. Klamath County, again, came in on provisional. You all provided feedback to them to share and integrate treatment plans, develop objective, clear and written eligibility criteria, increase the use of SCMS, and convene an advisory committee more frequently. So we did make an adjustment in personnel where we recommend not funding a legal assistant. It is a new position and doesn't maintain current service level. And then there was another program assistant request where we reduced the FTE from 0.5 to 0.21 to maintain current service level, and then made the adjustments according to training, or the adjustments to training and travel and administrative ask accordingly. Any questions on Klamath County adult drug? Okay. So Washington County adult drug, to share their recommended use of funding is to share an integrated treatment plan, obtain weekend and holiday drug testing services, and increase the percentage of drug tests observed. And so with this, the adjustments were made for training and travel and the administrative ask. Drug testing specifically was addressed in their contractual services category, and so we protected that particular request simply because it was based on feedback from you all in the preliminary round. Any questions on this? Okay. Clatsop County, increase the level of training among specialty court team members, and then develop an onboarding process for new hires, and then convene advisory committee and a policy committee more frequently. We did make reductions, recommended reductions in personnel. There was 2 new positions, a probation deputy and a sergeant, that were not recommended for funding as they don't maintain current service levels. And then the other new position was a program coordinator on the OJD side that was a new request. And again, in this one, it wasn't a full FTE, it was a 0.10 FTE for this. And it was a new position. And in their justification for that position, it didn't adequately address, we felt like it didn't adequately address justification for maintaining for that increase in FTE. And so we recommend reducing that to maintain current service level. And then housing and facilities, this was one of those where they requested office space, and so we recommend that reduction based on our methodology of not using CJC funds for that, and then made the requisite adjustments to supply, training, and travel, and the administrative ask. So any questions about Clatsop County adult drug? Okay. So Multnomah County STEP or adult drug court, which is their STEP court. And in your all's feedback, we did receive what we felt were some clarifying questions to some concerns that you all had about this particular court. And so I'm just gonna, I normally don't do this, but I'm just going to, you all had access to this application. And so hopefully you've read through these responses, particularly on the general feedback portion of this. But I'm just gonna read just a little snippet of their answer where we felt like this was addressed. And so all STEP eligible justice involved individuals are assessed pre-adjudication to inform the parties about prognostic risk and criminogenic needs that would be the focus of their participation if accepted into the program. STEP primarily serves high-risk, high-need participants, and of their current participation, the count is 54. They do serve lower-risk, high-need participants, and the count in that is 8 in a different track. It's completely separated from high-risk, high-need. Because consideration for STEP depends on change, excluding those with little or no criminal history would be counter to the commitment to that particular program. Also to the program goals and priorities of the specialty court grant program solicitation. And so STEP court currently serves 2 lower risk, lower need participants. And each of those, again, the question about receiving treatment were referred to mental health counseling. And so they don't currently serve any participants who are assessed as high risk, low need. And so again, getting back to their 4-quadrant model, this we felt, CJC staff felt, was an adequate answer in those clarifying questions. Any comments on this?
I have a question.
Yep.
Why is this in the drug court section and not in the other courts?
So that's a good question. So if you remember correctly, this is the 4-quadrant model. So it is a drug court. They just, depending on risk and need, you are put in a particular quadrant. And so their comments about the low risk, lower need participants didn't necessarily need substance use treatment, but they did receive some other form of treatment in response to one of the questions about whether or not participants are receiving treatment.
Well, I guess that's my question. If you have some participants that are not SUD clients, I don't get how this is a drug court and not something else when you are servicing. I understand the quadrant model. I just don't understand how we're calling it a drug court and putting it in the same categories as other drug courts where 100% of the participants are receiving SUD services.
Yeah, the majority of them are. Of the participants currently in there, 54 of them are receiving SUD treatment. So the majority of the participants are receiving that particular type of treatment. So it does qualify as a drug court.
Well, I guess I don't understand that. So like if it's a typical drug court, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I just don't
Mhm.
get this.
Mhm.
That in a typical drug court, if they submitted an application from a different county and said, we have a drug court and we have 2 participants that are not engaged in any sort of SUD treatment, they would get dinged for that. In their
Yeah,
application.
so, go ahead,
don't-
sorry.
I don't get why this is treated differently.
It's not, I mean, it's the same thing as when we talked about Crook County just previously, right? They do have mental health participants in what is considered an overall drug court within their application. And so it's the same. There are mental in that particular court with the way that we have allowed them and qualified their eligibility. This is not the only court that has that within like how we've determined eligibility and how we've determined what category they're in. So also at the end of the day, I mean, I'll just stop there. I'll pause. Do you have any like comment to or response to that?
I just don't think it should qualify. I'm not trying to be contrary. I just don't think when we're reducing services for like actual drug courts, in my opinion, I don't think that that's what this is.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions, Joe?
Yeah, just so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what I'm hearing the CJC say is if, I don't know if I would use the word majority, I would say that basically the entire program is meeting the objectives of treatment court, but you have 2 participants for whatever reason, and I'm just throwing a number out there, I don't know, but that meet all of the criteria, but they have maybe mental health needs at that point, that you're not going to exclude them from a drug court. I guess drug court funding, for lack of a better word. And so, yeah, so that's kind of, I guess, what I'm hearing, which is versus like if you had, say, a mental health court that was primarily all mental health court, but maybe you couldn't have a dual diagnosis program, and so substance abuse was primary on a couple people, then you wouldn't exclude them from being a mental health court applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So
Okay.
Thank you. That was much more eloquent than I was saying, so I appreciate that, Joe. Any other comments or questions on this response? Okay. And so in their personnel, they did make a request for a deputy DA. It was a new request, and so recommend not funding that to maintain current service level. Also, there was a reduction in FTE for a defense attorney from a 1.0 FTE to a 0.75, and then a reduction of a request for a PO and 2 legal assistants, as they were not part of the core team, and also not new funding requests and not needed to maintain current service level for this particular court. So those were the reductions in personnel. We did make an adjustment in contractual services. Again, any supplemental treatment asks are recommended to be reduced, and then made the adjustments with supplies, training, and travel, and the administrative ask as well. Any comments on this? Okay. Lake County, Jake, this is you. Identified a conflict, please don't comment. So the recommended use of funding was to hire a court coordinator at the appropriate FTE, increase the frequency of staffing in court hearings, convene this policy committee more frequently, and increase training regarding trauma-informed practices around drug testing. And so the recommended reductions are in supplies, training and travel, administrative ask, made those requisite adjustments. And just wanted to note, there wasn't a request for a court coordinator. And so they basically responded that, excuse me, the request for a non-coordinator position in personnel had similar job duties. And so felt as though those things that are necessary for a court coordinator to do could be fulfilled within that particular existing position. And so just wanted to note that in case you need more detail, but this is the recommended reductions for Lake County. Any questions or comments? Okay. Jackson County obtain weekend and holiday drug testing services, increase the level of training, and then stand up an advisory committee. And with contractual services, there were a few reductions in a clinical director was recommended reduction for that, and the requisite adjustment to the administrative ask. Any comments or questions on this? Jefferson County increase the frequency of staffing, increase the use of SCMS, particularly to capture UA results, obtain weekend drug testing services, and convene an advisory committee. And so this was from supplies. This was one where we did cut jail beds as just kind of an across the board reduction and not using CJC funds for. And then did the adjustments to training and travel and the administrative ask as well. Okay. Malheur, theirs was to increase, and again, just a reminder, Malheur was this is the first time that they have applied for CJC funds. So the feedback was to increase the frequency of staffing in court hearings, obtain weekend and holiday drug testing services, increase the level of training and develop an onboarding process. These two things in particular were items that the applicant themselves identified as a need. And so again, kind of going back to, we may have made adjustments to training in general for NADCP and capping per person, but did allow for extra funds for training if those were requested. And so with personnel, there was a legal assistant that not recommended for funding as it was a new request. And then the program coordinator, there was a reduction from a 1.0 FTE to a 0.25 FTE. And so just to maintain current service level, also just understanding that the focus should be on improving training and treatment as the application and the applicant themselves ask for that particular support. So. Any questions or comments on Val here? So Umatilla is to develop objective, clear written eligibility criteria, obtain weekend and drug testing services, increase the level of training, and stand up an advisory committee. And then, so for the reductions for personnel, let's see, there were new positions that it was a PO, a DDA, and a finance officer. Again, those were reduced or recommended reductions because they don't maintain current service level. On that was on the county side. Just to note, on the OJD side, for allocated funds to OJD, there was a program assistant and a hearings referee that were also recommended for reduction, with the note because that they can, those positions are better suited potentially in a supplemental round. And so we will provide that feedback for those particular positions. And then also the requisite cuts to supplies, training, and administrative ask. So any questions on Umatilla? Okay. Okay, moving on to mental health courts. Okay, Clackamas County Mental Health Court recommended use of funding was continue with operational costs. And so, sorry, I think it's not. Can you all see, are you all on this Clackamas mental health slide, their table? Okay, cool, thank you. This is acting a little weird, so I want to make sure you can see it. Okay. Sorry, again, reductions to housing and facilities for the very similar reason as their drug court, some repetitiveness in what their ask was, and so we tried to tie it to the community partner. Also cut personnel positions just to maintain current service level, and then adjustments made to supplies, training, and travel, and the administrative ask. Any questions on Clackamas mental health? Okay. Douglas County Mental Health Court, Joe, this is you as well. If you could just not comment, that would be great. Share and integrate treatment plans and stand up an advisory committee. So for this court, just adjustments in supplies and adjustments in administrative ask. Any questions on Douglas County mental health? Okay. Union County, Kelsey, this is you. Just please don't comment. Recommended feedback was an increase in the level of, oh, there's supposed to be training in there, sorry. Training among specialty court team members and focus on engagement with participants and increasing participation or completion rate. For personnel, there was a new position that was a case manager. It's not recommended for funding. Again, just to maintain current service level. And then also there was an ask for an increase in the FTE for the OJD coordinator. The recommended FTE for that is 0.6. It's reflective of current service level, as well as participation, level. And then made an adjustment in contractual services, as well as the requisite adjustments for supplies, training and travel, and the administrative ask. Any questions on this? Okay. Lane County Mental Health Court, the feedback was to share and integrate treatment plans and then increase the level of training among specialty court team members. And so the reduction in personnel was to cut the ADA request from 0.2 to 0.1 to maintain current service levels. And then a public defender was cut from a 0.3 to a 0.2, again, to maintain current service levels, and then made an adjustment in the last 3 categories as well. So any questions on Lane County Mental Health? Okay. Marion County Mental Health Court, recommended use of funding was focused on engagement with participants and increasing completion rates. They did have an unallowable in their supplies, which we did cut altogether, as well as made adjustments for supplies, training and travel, and also the administrative ask. Any questions on Marion County Mental Health? Okay. Columbia County Mental Health Court, Julie, if you could refrain from commenting, that would be great. So the recommended use of funding is to obtain weekend drug testing services, and then develop onboarding for new hires. And so we made an adjustment with supplies, as well as the administrative ask. Just to note, the cap on training and travel, we didn't apply simply because the response to grant review committee feedback, particularly to increase training as well as onboarding, their ask in training and travel reflected that feedback. And so we did not make an adjustment in that category for this particular court. Any questions? Okay. Clatsop County Mental Health Court, the recommended use of funding was to convene a policy committee more frequently. In personnel, there was we did cut, recommended reduction of the sergeant, which is a new position, as well as probation deputy, which was a new position, and then made the adjustments for supplies, training and travel, and the administrative ask as well. The other reduction in personnel was the request for funding for a program coordinator. This is the first time they've asked for it, and it didn't maintain current service level, so it was a new position as well. Any questions on Clatsop Mental Health? Okay. Lincoln County Mental Health Court, their recommended use of funding was to convene the policy committee more frequently. We did reduce an FTE of a PO from a 0.5 to a 0.4 again, to maintain current service levels, and then made adjustments to the last 3 lines or the last 3 categories according to our methodology. Okay, any questions? Okay. Klamath County Mental Health Court, their recommended use of funding was to share and integrate treatment plans, increase the use of SCMS to capture specifically UA results, increase the level of training, and then stand up an advisory committee. So the recommended reduction in personnel is the legal assistant. It was a new request, and so recommending not funding that. And then there was a request for a program assistance increase in an FTE to a 0.5, and the recommendation is that it be kept at 0.2 to maintain current service levels, and then an adjustment in training and travel, as well as the administrative ask. Any questions on Klamath County Mental Health? Okay. Josephine County Mental Health, their feedback was to share and integrate treatment plans, obtain weekend and holiday testing, increase the average number of drug tests required per week, increase training, and then develop an onboarding process for new hires. And so in contractual services, there was a peer support specialist that was a new sorry, hold on. Yeah, sorry. You all can see Josephine Mental Health, correct? Sorry, okay. This Teams is messing with me today. I just want to make sure. Okay, so there was a new position in contractual services that we recommend not funding to maintain current service levels, and then also capped training and travel and administrative ask. Any questions on Josephine Mental Health? Yamhill County Mental Health, increase the frequency of staffing in court hearings, share and integrate treatment plans, obtain weekend and holiday drug testing services, stand up an advisory committee, and then increase the level of training among specialty court teams. This court was also on provisional coming in. This was also, there was a request for in personnel for a new position, which again was to maintain it in response to the feedback to maintain current service level. And then the adjustments were made for training and travel and the administrative ask as well. Any questions on Yamhill Mental Health? Multnomah County Mental Health Court, the recommended use of funding was to create individualized treatment plans, share and integrate those treatment plans, required drug testing for those with substance use disorders, increase the average number of drug tests required per week, implement randomized drug testing, obtain drug testing services, increase the use of SCMS, particularly to capture those UA results, and then to stand up an advisory committee. So for personnel, the recommended reductions are to cut or to not fund both corrections techs. Those requests, they're new requests and would not maintain current service levels with this particular court. There's also a case manager position that was not recommended for funding. Again, for the same reason, it's not justified to maintain current service levels. Karina, I see your hand up. I'm not gonna, you can't talk right now, but you will have the opportunity to speak during public comment at the end of this presentation. So I saw the hand go up. But just for purposes of this, you can wait until public comment and then you'll have the opportunity to speak. The other adjustments that were made in contractual services, there was two positions that were requested that are recommended for not funding, again, for the same reason for current service levels. And then there was a cap on training and travel, or I'm sorry, the adjustment to training and travel, and then the administrative ask. Any questions on Multnomah County mental health? Okay. Tillamook County Mental Health Court. Recommended use of funding was to share and integrate treatment plans, obtain weekend drug testing services, increase the average number of drug tests per week, use a validated risk assessment tool, require drug testing for those with substance use disorder, and increase the level of training. For the contractual, there's a recommended reduction for a family counseling clinician. This was a new position and doesn't maintain current service levels. We did reduce the urinalysis request. We do recognize that this is a request in response to grant review committee feedback. However, we just reduced it by 50% to kind of right size it to the participant levels in this particular court. So still want to give them the ability to meet that particular standard around drug testing based on your all's feedback, but also wanted to adjust that overall request to their participant level with the recognition that there is a little bit of room for growth with that as well. So that is also a recommended reduction in contractual services. And then made adjustments in supplies and training and travel. Any questions for Tillamook Mental Health? Okay. So moving on to family treatment courts, I have a request. For some reason, if we could have like a 5-minute break. We have family treatment courts and then juveniles and then veterans and DUI. So we are going at a pretty quick pace. I want to see if I can figure out this issue with my teams so that you are seeing what I'm talking about, and I know that you are seeing what I'm talking about. So does anybody have any issue with taking like a quick 5-minute break and then getting back to the rest of the courts? Okay, cool. All right, let's do that. We'll come back at let's do a 10-minute break. We'll come back at like 5 till. Does that work for everybody? Okay, cool. See you in a bit. Just checking to see if any GRC members are back, and then we can get going with family treatment courts. Kelsey and Julie, are you all back? Okay, moving on to family treatment courts. Okay, Lincoln, I downloaded a new version of my PowerPoint, so I'm hoping this works. If y'all are, I think what's happening, just to kind of pause, you all can see stuff, it's disappearing on my end, which is fine as long as you all can see stuff. So if it doesn't carry as I'm moving through slides, please let me know. Otherwise, this should have fixed it, hopefully. So, okay. Lincoln County Family Treatment Court, their feedback was to continue with operational costs. The personnel reduction, recommended reduction is a new request for a new position for a probation officer. And then the last three categories were adjusted accordingly. So any questions on Lincoln Family Treatment Court? Okay. Marion County Family Treatment Court, the recommended use of funding is to convene an advisory committee more frequently. The reduction in contractual services, again, this was to adjust the treatment ask according to participants. And so it kind of right-sized that particular request rather than to capacity, but to participants with a little bit of room for growth, which was that adjustment, as well as an adjustment to the last three categories. Any comments on this? Okay. Columbia County, Julie, I think this is also you. Please don't comment. Recommended use of funding was to obtain holiday drug testing services, to develop an onboarding process for new hires, and then to also increase the level of training for the specialty court team. Some of the reductions in contractual services, just reduced it a little bit from the units, the number of units, to basically the overall ask to participants. So it was a reflection of current service level. And then again, housing facilities ask was also reduced from 24 months to 18 months. And so just kind of with current service level or with consideration for their participant, their current participants and their active population, and then made adjustments to supplies and the administrative ask. Any questions about Columbia Family Treatment Court? Lynn County Family Treatment Court, the recommended feedback was to increase attendance at staffing, develop an onboarding process, obtain weekly drug testing services, and stand up an advisory committee. This one, there was an adjustment to the administrative ask according to the methodology that was explained at the beginning. This also was a court that requested a higher FTE for their court coordinator based on their participant growth throughout the past biennium and anticipated growth. And so it was from a 0.5 to a 0.75. So recommended to keep that request rather than reduce it, just based on their justification for current service level. And so this is for any questions on Lynn County Family Treatment Court. Okay. Harney County Family Treatment Court recommended to obtain weekend drug testing services, increase the frequency of staffing, increase attendance of staffing in court hearings, stand up a policy committee, and increase the level of training. They also, just by the nature of this court, it being the 24th Judicial District, also general feedback was to increase the use of WebEx between the two counties with possibly address that challenge of going in between those two counties for this particular court. And so in personnel, there was a request for a program manager at a higher FTE. And so the recommended FTE is a 0.5 to maintain current service levels. As well as the judge, there was a request for funding for the judge. It was that particular request was cut to a 0.15 FTE to reflect current service levels within this particular court. And then we also made adjustments to the last three categories. Any questions on Harney County? Julie.
So just to confirm what I heard, the cut in the personnel was for the judge position, that like it was reduced. Is that what I understand?
So, yeah, there was a request for an increase in FTE for the judge, and so we just kept it at current service level for this particular court. So we didn't cut the position entirely, just reduce the FTE. Jake.
I hit it inadvertently, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Any other comments and questions about Harney County? Okay, Coos County, share and integrate treatment plans, obtain weekend drug testing, implement randomized drug testing, increase the level of training among specialty court team members, and then convene a policy committee more frequently. And so there was a request to increase the FTE for the program coordinator. The recommended funding is to maintain that request or that position at a 0.5 FTE. And then also contractual services was adjusted according to participants. We wanted to make sure that that total ask reflected the number of participants in this court. And then same thing with housing and facilities. We did make that adjustment for current service level, and then made an adjustment in supplies as well. And for some reason, administrative ask is not on here, but that was also reduced or adjusted accordingly. Any questions on Coos family treatment? Okay. All right, juvenile drug treatment courts. Moving on to those. Washington County Juvenile Drug Treatment Court is their feedback for the use of funding was to continue with operational costs, as well as increase training and increase the percentage of observed urine analysis. So the only adjustment made on this request was to make the administrative ask reflective of the methodology that was laid out at the beginning. Everything else, no other reductions in any other categories. Any questions on Washington County? This is also an example where training and travel was not capped due to grant review committee feedback, which is why it's over that particular number. Okay. Marion County Juvenile Treatment Court, the recommended use of funding was to increase the percentage of observed urine analysis. For contractual services, we did make an adjustment to better reflect participant levels, current service levels, as well as made the adjustment to the last three budget categories across the board. So, any questions on Marion County Juvenile? Okay. Yamhill County Juvenile Drug Treatment Court, increase the percentage of drug tests observed, increase the level of training, develop an onboarding process for new hires. There was feedback to request a dedicated court coordinator at the appropriate FTE to further support the operations of this court and to stand up a policy and advisory committee. So the personnel ask does reflect that court coordinator ask. It's not at a full 1.0 FTE, but the reductions, the recommended reductions in personnel, they did request a PO that was also a new position, again, with current service levels. The request was at a 1.0 FTE. The recommended funding for that is at a 0.4 to maintain current service levels, and then also made adjustments to supplies and the administrative ask. Any questions on Yamhill? Okay. Lane County, this is a new applicant. This is the first time that they have applied for CJC funding. So some of their feedback was to share and integrate treatment plans, increase the number of drug tests required per week, increase the percentage of drug tests observed, increase the days of drug-free required for graduation. Sorry, I didn't say that correctly. Increase the number of days drug-free required for graduation, increase the level of training, and then stand up a policy and advisory committee. And so the adjustments that were made were training and travel and the administrative supplies and the administrative ask. Again, training and travel was not adjusted, just simply due to grant review committee feedback. Any questions on Lane County Juvenile? Okay. Veterans Treatment Courts. So Marion County Veterans Treatment Court, feedback was to continue with operational costs and convene a policy committee more frequently. So the recommended reduction in contractual services is to reflect current service level of participation with a little bit of growth rather than the overall total request in that category. And then we did cut out an unallowable in supplies, as well as adjusted some overall requests in supplies to reflect current service level. So we felt that there was a need to fund specific things in there, such as cell phones and phone plans, things like that, that participants typically are in need of, but we made that adjustment to reflect current service level with, again, that consideration for growth throughout the biennium. And then also made adjustments to training and travel and the administrative ask. So any questions on Marion County veterans? Okay. Lane County Veterans Treatment Court, the recommended use of funding was to continue with operational costs, with also to share and integrate treatment plans and then increase the level of training. So the recommended reductions are to supplies, training and travel, and the administrative ask for Lane County Veterans Treatment Court. Any questions, comments on this? Okay. DUI treatment courts. Clackamas County DUI, continue with operational costs, current operational costs. There were 2 personnel positions that were recommended for reduction as they don't reflect current service level. Same thing with the, contractual services was also reduced to reflect current service levels. I'm sorry, hold on. Can you all see what I'm looking at? This disappeared again. Let me make sure I'm on the, can you all see Clackamas County DUI?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Julie. All right. This is good times today. Okay, let me start over. There was a recommended reduction in personnel with the adjustments to supplies, training and travel, and the administrative ask for the Clackamas County DUI. Any questions on this? Okay. And then Multnomah County DUI Court, their recommended use of funding was to increase the level of training and stand up an advisory committee. For personnel, there is a recommended reduction of a case manager position to maintain current service levels. There was a reduction in contractual services for that supplemental treatment requests that I mentioned earlier were also in this ask as well. And then there was a reduction in training and travel. Any questions on this? Okay. Okay, so that is all for the review of CJC staff recommended reductions for each court. At this point, I am going to hold space for public comment. So if there is anybody in this meeting, member of the public that would like to comment, this is your time to do so. We usually allot about 5 minutes for this. And so if there's multiple people, please hold your comments to, about 2 minutes or so. And so we can allow other people to speak if wanted. I did see a hand go up. Sorry, I gotta catch it.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh,
Karina.
okay.
So hi, my name is Karina Matas. I'm the mental health court coordinator for Multnomah County Mental Health Court Program. I was curious what the GRCs are. I guess I'm curious how program growth factored into decisions made for personnel requests. And if you want more specifically, I guess, looking at Multnomah County Mental Health Court Program has seen a 44% population increase over the last biennium. So to address the needs of a growing program, We requested funding for court support in the form of a case manager. We requested support for additional probation staff to deal with the high volume of our program. So I guess I'm just curious how population growth factored into decisions regarding personnel requests.
Yeah, so before I address that, I just want to see if there's anybody else that would like to make a public comment at this time. Todd Roberts, I see you with your hand up.
I just had a question for you, Rachel. In the budget spreadsheets, you've combined the county and the OJD budgets. In the actual award, once we learn of that, is it going to break down where the money reductions are coming from specifically? And the reason I ask that question is because personnel, supplies, and training are in both. So if you're treating this as one lump sum, I'm just wondering if it's going to be clear where the reductions, which side of the fence, so to speak, the reductions are coming from.
Okay. Just want to clarify, this is not the kind of space for that Q&A. So Todd, I'd be happy to address that question in an email. I just wanted to see if anybody else had any sort of public comment. If you're asking specifically for feedback, it's not a Q&A unless the grant review committee chooses to engage. So to go back to Karina's comment in the beginning, if the grant review committee chooses to engage in that, then they have every right to. But this is not the space for a question and answer. It's just simply public comment. So I just wanted to clarify that. So Todd, to answer your inquiry, I can address that in an email at a later time. So anybody else that has any sort of public comment? I see Melissa. Is your hand up? Am I getting that right? Melissa Miller? Okay. I'm seeing a hand up. Melissa, are you there? There you go. I think you're unmuted. Does the grant review committee want to engage in any way with the first comment? Also have one other hand up. Joe, before I get to you, can I just, Cheryl, I see a Cheryl Foster for a public comment as well.
Hi, yes, I was just also wondering at what point, I guess this is a question more than public comment, but it's a quick one. At what point did the grant review committee look at our participant numbers, current numbers? I mean, is it like very current, like as of now, or was it as of, you know, June or May?
Yeah, so again, this is not the space for, it's not a Q&A, but I will invite any grant review committee members to comment if they wish to do so. Joe, it looks like your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the growth factor. It's a challenge that we always have and have, I guess, for as long as I've been on the committee, is we'll have some programs that will expand in their capacity and their ability to serve. And then we'll have some programs that will kind of retract. The challenge has always been that the legislature just provides us a set amount of funding. And so, so it's a little difficult when we're kind of weighing decision-making of how much do we retain current service level for the infrastructure to provide services within the programs versus addressing expansion when there's not like a significant increase in funding, you know, for the treatment court allocations. And so it's always kind of been a challenge, at least in all the conversations we've had. And so it is a frustrating part. And we've also had some other and historically challenges where people's just costs to do current service level has increased at such a rate that funding at current service level actually still means a reduction at the local level, which I'm sure many of us have experienced at one time or another. And so that's another challenge that that we kind of deal with when we're doing this. And so that's why historically we've always tried to set some parameters to protect the initial infrastructure of the program so they can function at capacity, and when possible address those increases either through our cost or through the expansion process. So
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Any other public comment? Any other? Jake, do you have your hand up?
Not to take up too much time, but just to circle around to Mr. Roberts, quick question. Mr. Roberts, typically, we get the budget back. That's been approved. We get the budget back, and then we go through with our team, and you're able to go through with your team and see how best to utilize
Jake,
that. But yes.
I'm going to interrupt you. Sorry. That is actually probably not going to, I can see where you're going, and I think that process is going to change. So before that goes out on public record, I just want to, we will be communicating all of that stuff out after the commission meeting.
Apologies.
So no, you're totally fine. You're good. That's what has been done in the past. But we are evaluating all of those processes just to make sure that they're as efficient as possible. So I appreciate you bringing that up. But yes, to answer all of that, we will be communicating that out at a different time. So, okay, so I'm going to move on from public comment. Okay, so for the Grant Review Committee members, here's where it gets a little, we're going to have to slow down this pace a little bit because we're going to take about, so all of the recommended reductions that you all have considered and taken into account has gotten us to a base level of funding. It has not gotten us down to the 19.1 of the available funds. Okay, and so the next step is we're going to provide you kind of with a recap of where we are. And then CJC staff has developed some scenarios, some possible scenarios that you all can take into consideration to get us down to the available funds mark. And so we're going to do that. We're going to show you the scenarios. You all are going to have some decisions to make, some choices and things that you can make some changes to in discussion. And then we will take another break where we will then put together, based on your conversation and decisions and recommendations with those scenarios, to get down to the available funds. We will then come back and show you all a breakdown of the money that had been allocated to OJD according to your recommendations, and then overall what those funds look like for everybody, and then we will take a vote at the very end. So any questions? So please bear with us as we say we need a bit of a break, just because as staff we have to make adjustments so that you all have the most accurate information and up-to-date information for your recommendations. So any questions on that? Okay, so with that, let's take let's do a 15-minute break, and we will come back with where we are and then some specific scenarios for you all to consider and discuss after that. So like I said, please bear with us as we kind of go through this last process that is going to require us to go off camera and make adjustments. So let's come back in about 15 minutes. So 10:40. Everybody good? Did I math that right? I did. Okay. All right, 10:40. We'll see you in a bit. Okay, do we have grant review committee members back and present? See Joe. Just need Jake and Julie to let me know that there's Julie. Jake, are you back? Just waiting on Jake to come back. We can't go forward until I know he's here, so. Not sure where he's at, but we'll get started once he comes back. Okay, so we are back. Okay, so based on all of the CJC staff recommended reductions that we just covered court by court, the total funds allotted came in at about 20 million, a little over 20 million. And so what that means is that there is still the need for some further reductions. Okay, and so we're going to get into some options for that. But before we move on, is this base level reduction amount of the 20.7, this methodology that CJC staff put together today and presented, is this something that the grant review committee is comfortable with adopting and moving forward with? I just kind of need verification from y'all. Are we good with, oh, go ahead, Joe.
I gave thumbs up, but
Oh, sorry.
I'm good with where we're at. So I'm assuming we're just going to have a conversation about this next little piece here.
Correct. Okay. I just need verification, like if anybody has an issue with that, the recommended reductions by CJC staff to get to this base level, just please comment. Otherwise, we're going to move on and talk about some potential scenarios to further reduce funding, particularly that 1.6 that we need to get down to available funds. So hearing nothing, so I'm assuming y'all are okay with it. Okay, so we have put together a few possible scenarios for y'all to consider. Okay, and this is something that obviously will be open for discussion. You can move and adjust as you see fit. These particular scenarios. So just to kind of walk you through the reasoning behind this, the base level recommendation are those cuts, reductions that we just talked about court by court. So we're going to start there and then add to get to the available funds. So the reason why we CJC staff decided to take into account housing, supplies, and the administrative ask, those categories in particular, is because those were across the board the categories where your feedback, the grant review committee feedback, didn't apply to. Okay, so in looking at, again, going all the way back to the beginning of this discussion, anchoring into adherence to standards, and based on your feedback to applicants for recommended use of funding, these were the categories that we identified as being not applicable to that particular feedback. And so this is why we chose supplies, housing, and the administrative ask. So a couple of options for both scenarios. You're able to decrease or increase percentages as you see fit across the discussion. In scenario B, for example, we tried to we used the increase in that reduction in housing just because it was a bigger ask. And so if we replace that with supplies, it just simply wouldn't get us to the available funds number that we need. And so are there any questions about just on its face, these particular scenarios as they are? Any comments or questions? And then I'll open it up to you all to kind of discuss options, what you'd like to see. Obviously, if there's something else you'd like us to explore, we can do that as well. But we just felt like these were the two scenarios that made the most sense for us to get to the available funds for this program. So I will leave it to the four of you to discuss.
The reduced administrative ask by 100%. That is like really, I wonder how realistic it is by, for our county partners to be on board with, or the county partners of these programs to be on board with administering these grants with, what they will see as nothing in return. Obviously, we see a return in a reduction in recidivism, people getting well that are in our communities, things like that. But they are probably gonna be more looking at the dollar than that. And that makes me feel a little anxious about how much help we will actually get from our county partners if they are not receiving some sort of financial support in that. That's my 2 cents coming right off the top.
No, of course. So just keep in mind, Julie, you're more than welcome to suggest an increase. So suggest that we reduce it by a certain percentage, but just keep in mind that if we adjust that, then something else has to be adjusted in response. So
right.
If you have a suggestion, and just also a reminder that these cuts are on top of the recommended reductions that have already been made, right? So the base level recommendation, those have already been made. And so this would be on top of that. So if you have a suggestion, valid concern, we would have to adjust elsewhere. So. Joe.
I'm actually gonna echo that comment as well, just because you know, counties are paying for. I mean, you've got your county council involved. You've got your reporting that you're doing. I mean, there's a whole list of services, and we've already cut it, correct?
Yes.
To
Yes,
50%.
by 50%. Yes, correct.
Yeah, and so they're already taking a pretty big hit for doing that, and then I think just to completely eliminate it, because there's really like no, how would I put it? You're adding the extra work to the system to do it and administer it and respond to it. So there's no way of kind of shuffling, I guess, or picking up that expense for the extra work, but yet in all these other categories, you know, like we're picking up treatment, for example, they're not getting paid to show up to staffing, so we're going to pay them. You know what I mean? It's like, well, but the counties aren't getting paid to do this type of work either, and they're willing to do it, and it's to a benefit. It's a greater benefit to the state, you know, for us obviously to be doing these programs, and so yeah, I'm a little hesitant to cut it at 100%, just quite honestly. So when it comes to the housing piece, by chance, because I don't recall off the top of my head, I mean, there's been a fairly significant housing initiative that's happened in this last session. And so that wasn't necessarily fully, I guess, vetted or voted on and moved forward at the time of these applications. In reducing housing, are there opportunities for folks to be accessing those funds?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, yes, and there is potential opportunity for other funding streams for housing. But I just want to make note that this is kind of a separate, this is not to address houselessness or homelessness, right? This is kind of a supplemental request to a specialty court program. And so there are differences in terms of what housing means to a specialty court versus what you're talking about, Joe, and kind of that statewide initiative to address houselessness. And so to answer your question, yes, there is potential. There are potential different funding streams to explore, but this particular housing category and ask within the grant program is a supplemental ask for specialty court for specialty courts to continue like operational. So it's why we chose it, is just because there wasn't grant review committee feedback specific to housing, just because it is usually just a supplemental ask for the court. So
yeah, so I get that. So I guess that's part of why I'm asking, because like, you know, thinking back to some of the applications, I mean, they're referring them to Oxford houses, they're referring them to you know, maybe a housing unit program that they have, you know, set up already, that they may be using, you know, community corrections funds for, or already funds from the county, or it's a nonprofit that they're, you know, supplementing that. The question I have though is, I guess, based on the new funding streams or expanded funding streams, you know, some of these situations and places might still qualify, because absent these resources and being able to go, a lot of times these people will be unhoused. And so, especially when they're coming out of, you know, jail, for example, or like our RSAP program, or a variety of different things, that there's, this is providing stable housing for transition periods. And otherwise they would be unhoused, or couch surfing or, putting them up in a motel or something. And so I'm not certain there's too much of a difference based on what I read in the applications. I understand that they're typically used to asking for it differently. But what if we reduced housing, for example, by 100%? I'm not saying to do that, but does that get us to the number?
That's something, so is that also in conjunction with increasing the administrative ask?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have a percentage that you, so with the administrative ask, we are at like a cap at 5%, so we reduce it by 50%. Do you have somewhere that you would like to land with your administrative ask in conjunction with reducing housing by 100%?
Well, the question I guess is, if you reduced it by 100%, what's the remaining? What's the one, does it even get us to the number? And then two, if you did in fact do that, then what remaining funds are left over? And if you added that to what, to an administrative fee, what does that break out to?
Okay, is this
Okay.
also?
You can have it backwards. Like, so if you ended up with like, $1 million, and I'm not saying you would, but $1 million, what does $1 million translate into admin and administrative fee for anyone who's asked for it?
Okay.
What's that breakout, or what are those increments, for example? And so, yeah. And again, I'm just throwing that out. I don't know how in depth you've looked at other things or larger asks to get us there, or across the board 3% reduction and service, or I just don't know what your guys' process was that you went through to get to this. I just know that based on my experience in the last few years around some of these processes, if we come in and say we're cutting the administrative fee 100% for counties, I think that's going to be a tough sell and a tough conversation for us collectively to carry. So just my thought.
Okay, so with this scenario, Joe, that you're proposing, just kind of this adjustment, I'm just so that we know what numbers to get you. With that 100% reduction in housing, would that also include the 50% reduction in supplies overall, or are you just talking about scenario B, adjusting that percentage in scenario B?
I mean, I'm inclined, I think 50% reduction in administrative fee is already significant. I think if we're going beyond that, I'm just, again, I could be completely wrong, but I'm getting a little nervous because while it may not seem like a lot of money per se, I am definitely concerned about the message it's sending to counties around our expectation that they eat these costs and their community benefits by getting these other things. But especially for smaller rural counties that they're already, I can think of 4 or 5 off the top of my head that I'm just aware of, that their county council, for example, is backed up significantly, right? And so now we have this contract, we have the GRI contract. I don't know where you guys are going to land on cutting admin costs in that if need be, but yeah, I mean, they do rely on some of those things to help them out in it. And I'm unaware of any kind of grant scenarios and stuff where we just eliminate or historically have eliminated administrative fees altogether. So usually there's other reductions made in other areas. So I'm fine with reducing supplies and fine with increasing or looking at increasing reduction of housing solely based on the fact that we have other options potentially now to access some of those funds. I'm a huge supporter of the need for housing. So it's not that, it's just sometimes we gotta balance that. So
Okay, I just
That's me. That's just me, so. I
yeah,
don't know.
just to follow up with your scenario, right? So base cuts, which is the base level recommendation, we have a 50% recommendation or 50% cut overall in supplies, 100% cut in housing. We could increase the administrative ask. It wouldn't be 100%. We could increase it. That would get us to our number. So that's just kind of and we can also break down like what that actually looks like on break, but yes, that is a potential, particularly the administrative ask. We could give you those numbers if you wanted to see them, but yes, that is a scenario just based on our quick math that would actually work.
Did you repeat what you just said, Rachel, at the beginning? I was taking a note and I forgot. I mean, I wasn't paying attention.
So Joe's scenario is essentially scenario A. So we have the base level recommendation with a little caveat. So base level recommendation, we have the 50% reduction in supplies overall, 100% reduction in housing overall. And in conjunction with that, there would be an increase in the administrative ask. And so it wouldn't be zero. And we could get you that number. Kelsey.
Okay.
This is just a question because I'm not totally sure that I understand the completely of the land of this. Is it required that it has to be an off the top standard reduction for all of these applications, or are we allowed to do like a scalpel approach? I'm just thinking in terms of kind of piggybacking on what Joe said. There are some communities where housing is going to be a huge a difference. Like the housing scenario in drug court or behavioral health court or whatever is going to look very different from county to county. And so if we just do a blanket off the top, like 100% reduction, that may mean something completely different in one county to another. And I think that maybe I'm just afraid of the 100% thing because I understand the unfunded mandate approach or how that's going to be perceived from the administrative costs. But in terms of some of these other things, housing is such a huge issue. That concerns me about doing that just off the top and not looking at these as on a county by county or program by program. And then I know I sound difficult, but it adds to my frustration if there's like programs that are asking for money or, you know, that I'd rather see some of those potential be cut so that you can have something as basic as housing in some of these counties where it matters more, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, and I don't know if this is, this will be a satisfactory response, but grant applicants will have the opportunity once they get their budget to do an amendment request to move funds. So if there is a need for housing and they recognize that that's something that they would like their grant funds to go towards, they will have the opportunity to move funds to that category after they're awarded their amount. And also there will be an opportunity, hopefully, with for the supplemental round coming in a year in. And so that's also an opportunity for potential to get some potential housing funds for housing. So those are two kind of responses to that. I don't know if that is, I understand what you're saying in terms of a total cut is a little bit scary. I will say though, these are the and again, we can have this discussion in terms if you want to go elsewhere, but it's 1.6 million is what we have to reduce this by. And so this is the area that we've identified will get us there. If there's another direction that you'd like to go to as a grant review committee, we can certainly do that. So this is, yeah, Jake.
So where I started to go earlier, we'll get, so the process is remaining the same. So I thought the process is going to be scrapped and redone. So we will get what we were allotted, budgeted for, and then it's coming of us to come up with our amended budget utilizing those funds that we were. No, okay.
No, not in the process that you're thinking of. It will be different. Yes,
okay.
Yes. Also, Kelsey, I did get a note just to kind of go back to your response. So if you'd like to identify specific counties to protect from 100% housing cut, we could do that. We just need direction from you in terms of what counties to protect that cut from. If that makes sense. Sorry, Joe had his hand up. I'm not sure who's supposed to. Go ahead, Joe.
So I guess, and not to put you on the spot, but I think we probably need to get a little bit more information on it, because this will help us maybe make this decision right now. But so if the process is changing, that once the funds go to the counties, and then they can kind of decide where to move the funds or whatever, do we have some idea of, well, it may not be set in stone, a little bit what that process is going to look like? Because I guess I'm hearing a couple different things. It was, once they get their funds, if they want to prioritize housing, they can make a shift. I know generally we can make proposals to shift up to what, 10% or so, I forget off the top of my head.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is the correct, that is the correct process. So yes, that is going to stay in effect.
So what you're talking about then is, like, if we give someone $500,000 and you identified these things that they're doing, and then they completely flip that whole thing and say, no, we're going to fund all the things that you said you're not funding and whatever, then we're kind of following more of a federal guideline standard.
Correct.
That
Yes.
10% discretion to change,
Yes.
unless there's some unique thing, like I don't know, you asked for housing and the housing unit closed down, and so you can't, use that or something, then that's a special exception that they step.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so yes. And simply because we want to have funding where it's needed in response to your all's feedback, right? And so that's what we're trying to hold that line. And so
the last thing you want to is, especially for moving something forward to the commission, and they're voting on it and accepting it, or even making some minor tweaks, that, it's generally adhering to what that process is of approval. And so I get it. So, but even within a 10% discretionary change, based on the applications, I mean, I guess with maybe a few of them, housing was probably over 20%, but those were already reduced at some level anyway. So if you're making a 10% adjustment, I think you can still get close if that's something that's important. So, all right, that helps. Thanks, Rachel.
Yep. Rachel, did you have a comment?
I do. I know it's not my place to chime in today. Just as everybody's throwing out options, I'm wondering, it sounds like the total elimination of anything is giving people some pause. And I know you'd specifically not wanted to dig into treatment and drug testing because that's so closely tied to the standards, but is there any room, considering that some of those areas have a good amount of money, and then that you could shave in small percents into each of those, so that you could leave some percentages on the table for some of these other areas that it sounds like could be really critical for programs?
Is that, any thoughts on that suggestion? I will just comment, if we're doing any sort of across the board cuts percentage wise to those categories, particularly when we're talking about where they're related to adherence to standards, we have to make sure they're equitable. And so just if that is the route you all decide to take, that will take a bit, it will take a while for us to get those numbers, just simply because we want to make sure they're equitable to each court. So Jake, you still have your hand up. Is that, are you?
I did that in there. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just want to make sure. So any.
I just add, I'm open to that suggestion as well. I mean, I just think that, I mean, it just feels like there's a way to get to 1.6 where we're not cutting the admin cost. And so if it is in a combination of shaving some additional supplies, housing, whatever, like, I just, yeah, it's one of those things that that's my preference. I don't know what, I mean, because we didn't go through, I'm kind of going to rely on you guys and where you're at with this and some of these adjustments to get us to the number, because we didn't go through, like Kelsey's saying, with the scalpel like we used to do, which is why we used to spend 3 days doing this stuff. So thank you for that. But at the same time, it does leave us a little bit when we're trying to get to this number like we've done in the past, and trying to maintain equity in the process and fairness. You know, we do end up having to make these shifts in these kind of across the board ways, probably more so now than we have in the past, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But so I'm open to whatever that is. My biggest thing is I just think that I can't live with 100% administrative reduction. I just think it has larger consequences for the collective than really we need to consider. So.
Okay. Yes, Joe, to answer your question, that process of looking at cuts based on the methodology that we presented, that was what CJC staff did that. So yes. So we have a couple of, I just want to make sure we're kind of on the same page in terms of suggestions, okay? And nobody so far has said that they were against these options, so we kind of just want to put them together in a way that's equitable, but also will get us to the number of available funds. So potentially, I think we're all in agreement that we do want to increase the administrative ask. We don't want to reduce it by 100. We don't want it to be 0. Is that correct? So in conjunction with another change, we do want to make sure that there are some funds going to the administrative category. Is that correct? We don't know by what yet, or no number has been given, but we do want to make sure that that is not 0. Another suggestion is potentially taking the base level recommendation, a 50% reduction in supplies overall, and then 100% reduction in housing. That's another scenario that has been thrown out there. Kelsey has mentioned that might not be equitable to some counties to reduce housing by 100%. So potentially with that same scenario, the base level recommendation, a 50% reduction in supplies, and then potentially protecting certain counties from 100% cut if we could identify those counties. And again, increasing the administrative ask, and then also a base level recommendation, 50% reduction in supplies overall, a reduction in housing, not sure in terms of percentage yet, and then a potential across the board reduction in treatment. Just to give you an idea, currently as it is in the base level recommendation, treatment is at 6.7 million. And so it's personnel is the highest, and then treatment is the next in terms of where funds are. Again, want to make sure that that is an equitable cut, but up to you all in terms of how that we approach that. Did I miss anything?
Nope.
Okay. Is there anything, taking those scenarios, would it be helpful for us to take a break? First of all, are there any other potential scenarios that you all want us to consider outside of those? Okay, 2 things then. If we are talking about a reduction in treatment, I need some direction on what that is and what that looks like.
The first thing that comes to mind for me is like attending court. So some of that time, historically, we've always done as part of the partnership. There's billing that obviously you get for working with the clients and stuff like that. But, you know, there's times where providers obviously have to appear in court for subpoenas or different things like that. And I mean, we're not we're not receiving funds for that. It's should be built into their actual rate. For me, I don't know how much that makes up, but I did see that in some of the applications, versus like going into jails, for example, to do, assessments where we know they're not receiving funding for providing a direct service, that's needed for, for pre-planning for release or something like that. So anyway, I mean, it's just, for me, it's like if it's something like that versus more of a direct need, then that would be an area I'd look first.
Okay, we did evaluate that in our CJC staff's analysis of that. And so we can go back and review that if you'd like, but that was part of the initial analysis that we did, that exact thing.
So based on what we looked at, it looks like folks still receive some of that funding.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sometimes, yes, but we also made adjustments according to, so when you're talking about like what they asked for in terms of case management, what they asked for in terms of treatment, we adjusted any rate accordingly, and then also adjusted to participant and active population. So we can go in and do a different approach to that. It will take a bit if we do that approach, which is fine. But we can definitely look at that again and see if there's any other room for cuts, if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm not certain then if you've already kind of done that at some level. I'd be curious to hear what others have to say or think.
Julie?
I like that suggestion of like going in and seeing, who's billing for staffing time and things like that. Also, looking at shaving a little from other categories. Is that at all possible? Like training and travel. I know that some of that was recommended based on the CJC recommendations, but are there programs that are submitting for training, and then what is their history of like team members actually attending training?
Yes.
Is that something that, teams are taking advantage of? If that wasn't a recommendation of the CJC and they're still asking for max amount of training, is that, I don't know. And what does that look like? Like if they're having, a bunch, let's say they put in funding for 12 people to go to NADPC, but historically maybe only 7 or 8 go. I mean, is that, are we, can we shave a little there maybe?
Yeah, we did cap it at 4 participants across the biennium. And so that's all that they can take it to NADCP. And then we capped it to 3 per participant, right? So per person. If you want to lower that cap of 3,000 to a smaller number, we can absolutely do that, with the exception of the courts that requested training in response to GRC feedback. So we'll protect those particular courts. But yes, we can lower that cap if that's something.
Yeah, I just worry about the 100% reduction in housing. I really worry about that as well. Like that suggestion. Okay. I understand where, Joe's coming from. Because we've used some of the other, I know there's some other funding streams out there. I just 100% is really going to be hard, especially when everything else is being reduced. So I know like there was that, comment, well, we can make them, do amendments to move money around. Where's that going to come? Where's that going to come from if supplies are already reduced? And, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of give if it's reduced, like what we're looking at as far as like, where is it gonna, what other categories is that money gonna come from when everything else has been cut? So it makes me a little bit nervous to say 100% housing reduction.
Okay. Do you have a suggestion for a cap on travel and training?
Let me think about that.
Okay, so currently they can't ask for more than 12,000. That's the cap. Okay, so that's as high as they can go. So we can do a couple of things. We can do a percentage cut to that, right? And so it would cut them by a percentage, or we could go in and cap it at a certain number, whatever number you feel is appropriate. So I don't know how much, again, we would have to do that to see how many, what those reductions, like what that would get us to in terms of a number, but it's something that we can explore if you'd like us to. We just need guidance on whether or not from the 12,000 you want like a percentage cut. So for like cut 50% of that, like we need a suggestion like that to move forward with that particular scenario. So if you want to think about it, you can, but yeah, we would need that direction. So, Kelsey, do you have any sort of thoughts on your suggestion about housing? Or do you want to, are you just kind of not in favor of the 100% cut?
I think more the latter. I wasn't really suggesting, you know, that we go through them each item by item. I just didn't know if that's something that I didn't really realize, as Joe had said, that you guys have done that in the past. But it's just a concern that I have. But I mean,
so like, again, going back, no, there's some people that don't want to cut housing. Is there, do you all have a percentage of what, where you would be comfortable with that reduction? So we have a 50% up here, we have an 80%. Are those things you'd like to explore? Would you like to adjust those percentages? Keep in mind, we're also adjusting the administrative ask as well. We can also adjust the 50% reduction in supplies. We can adjust that percentage as well, if you all feel like that's necessary. And we can also look at treatment as well. I just need direction from you all in terms of what that cut actually looks like. So if it's a percentage cut, if it's a cap, if it's if there's certain, you know, courts that need to be protected, if like those kinds of things, I need direction from you. So what I'm hearing is there is a reduction in housing, just not sure what, a reduction in supplies. That the administrative ask is not zero, and then potentially a reduction in treatment. In terms of like the process that Julie and Joe were talking about with treatment, that has been done in the initial analysis. That's part of the base level recommendation. So I need something a little bit different in terms of a cut on treatment. If you want it, you know, a haircut across the board for treatment in general, we can do that. If there's some other direction for treatment, then we can also explore that. So those are all the things that I've heard. I just need numbers, percentages, something so that we can get back to you with specific numbers to see if we can, if we can meet the available funds, but also what else potentially needs to be done. Joe.
So if you're looking for a percentage and then you're willing to consider treatment, I mean, are you asking us like to propose, say, like a 5% across the board reduction?
If that's what you'd like, I need a couple of things. I need some direction on what you would like to see cut, but I also want to make sure that that there is a reason behind it, right? And so we're talking about adherence to standards. I understand we have to get to a number. I get that. So I just want to make sure that adherence to standards and the grant review committee feedback is taken into account with whatever direction you all are giving me. So if it is a 5% cut on treatment, we can do that and you all can see where it's at. we've had to make some deep cuts, like to be candid, right? And we still have a little bit more to go. And so, it sounds like you all kind of want a combination of these scenarios with potential cut and treatment coming. We can provide those scenarios for you in terms of where everything ends up. I just need numbers. So like so Joe, for example, if you want a 5% cut in treatment, we can tell you where that gets us, along with the base recommendation, along with a 50% cut in housing, right? So those three things. And then we can tell you where the administrative ask would land based on those adjustments, as well as housing.
Okay, so I guess this would be helpful for us maybe to know now. So do we have a number already for 50% reduction in supplies and a 50% reduction for housing? Like, what is that number currently?
Let me see. I think we do. Just one second.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're working on just making those. Okay, here we are. So, let's see. So are you looking at okay, so with that, with those two in, with the 50% reduction in supplies overall and the 50% reduction in housing, we would still need to cut 1 million.
Okay. And so, so if we did a 50% reduction in supplies and an 80% reduction in housing, how much would we have to cut?
Just one sec.
That's all right.
Hannah, did you get that? 50% reduction in supplies, 80% reduction in housing. You're good.
Yes, we got that.
Perfect. Also, Joe, at this point, this is still where we haven't made any other adjustments. So admin hasn't been adjusted or anything like that. These are just those particular cuts you're asking for.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so with your suggestion, let me just make sure I have this correct here. So with the 50% reduction in supplies, the 80% reduction in housing, we would have 647,000 left over and a little bit more, with still a 100% reduction in the administrative ask.
Wait, so with,
There you go.
how do I put this? So the question I was asking is, if we just made a reduction of supplies and housing, I just want to make sure I'm following this correctly, then we would have, that would result in, I'm looking for the number. So we got to cut 1.6, right?
Correct.
So the 50% reduction in supplies and housing gets us to about a $600,000 reduction. And we're left with about $1 million, correct?
No, so let me just make sure I have this correct.
Because that's what I'm asking.
Right.
Hey,
Like
Rachel.
if we,
Yes.
for example, had those numbers, like how much do we save by a 50% reduction in supplies overall? So if that's like, you know, $200,000, right? And then if the 50% reduction in housing is like, you know, $350,000 or whatever, then we'll know, okay, now we've got $1 million left that we've got to figure out a different solution for. And that's not factoring in the 100% reduction for administrative cost. So that's the process I'm trying to.
Okay.
figure out.
So, okay, let me back up. So with just a 50% cut in housing and a 50% cut in supplies, all else equal, right? This is scenario A. So everything else equal, we would have to cut $1 million. Okay.
Right. And that's with admin at 50%.
Yes, admin fully funded. Okay. Hold on now. Then you asked housing at 80%, right?
Yep.
With those cuts, the 50% supplies and the 80% housing and admin funded, we would then have to cut $647,000 to get to 19.1.
All right. So I guess the question I would have for the committee is a 80% reduction for housing too much and where you guys want to land? It sounds like we were agreeable or at least open to a 50% reductions in supplies overall. And the reason I'm asking is because if we can agree on either a 50% and an 80%, right? So 50% for supplies, 80% for reduction, then really what we're looking for is additional savings of 647. And we've got to figure out, what does that look like? Is that something we need to come up through a treatment cost with some adjustments or whatever? So that's kind of how I'm trying to sort this out so we can hopefully move this along. So if anyone else has got any thoughts or would like something different with those two things at least.
Okay, just so I have this straight. So Joe, you're saying 50% admin, like keep that at the 50%, reduce supplies by 50% and reduce housing by 80. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was just trying to get us so we would understand what those two numbers are. So
Okay.
yeah, let's say we did 50% supplies and 80% reduction in housing. We're left with 647 that we've got to come up with in terms of reductions. And so, or if the group is like, no, I can live with a 50 and 50, then that means we got to come up with $1 million reduction.
Right. Okay. But
So
with the 80,
sorry, Julie, go ahead.
but with the 80% reduction in housing, it would leave us about around 647. Is that what you said, Rachel, to cut?
Yes, correct. So just let me just pause real quick here. We have a potential option here, okay? So you all are good with keeping the 50% cut in admin at the base level recommendation, correct? You're good with that. Is that correct? Okay, let's start there then. Okay. Just need to make sure I have these numbers correct. So we would have an 80% cut in housing. So the base level recommendation with a 5% cut in admin, okay? 50% cut, right? So the cap is 5%, 50% cut. With a 80% cut in housing and a 50% cut in supplies, okay? All things being, that's where we're at. We would have $105,620 to cut. So give us a percentage in admin potentially that you could be comfortable going down to where we could cut that 100,000. If that's an option. So here's where we're at. Let me just repeat that, okay? Base level recommendation of administrative costs at 50%, 80% cut in housing, 50% cut in supplies gets us to with $105,000 left over to the 19.1. So I need $105,000 to come from somewhere to where we can get to the 19.1. Probably the easiest approach would be a cut in admin. So instead of a 50%, we would have a 41% cut in admin, and we would get to the 19.1. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
We will, the next slide, we're actually going to put this together for y'all. So just want to make sure that this is where we're at. I can repeat it again if you'd like.
Can we put it on the slide actually and actually look at it?
Yes, we can do that. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're good with that, can we take a break? I just want to make sure we have the correct numbers but let me just say it one more time. I've said it a couple times. Let me just make sure I'm good in my head. We have a base level recommendation. We have a 50% cut in supplies, 80% cut in housing, and then cut admin to 41%. Is that okay? Is that good? Okay, I see.
Leaning towards the
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so let's take a break. We're gonna get that together so you can see it on a slide, see where we're at. And then we are also at the same time gonna separate OJD, excuse me, we're gonna separate the OJD allocation, just so you have an idea of where we landed with that. And then we're gonna give you a slide of the total. In the total, we're gonna, because we've had some abstentions today. We have to present the total by county, so it's kind of a little bit different than how we've presented these so far by court type. We're gonna do it by county, and the reason being is because we need a vote. And so we need motions for the overall funding, but we're also gonna pull out Douglas County, Columbia County, Lake County, and Union County and vote on those separate, so those abstentions are honored. Okay, so that's where we're gonna go. So we're gonna have a slide with the scenario that we landed on to get down to 19.1. We're gonna have a slide of the OJD allocation, and then we will have an overall slide where you all will vote on all of this. Is that okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna ask for a little bit of patience. I know that this hasn't been a long day. It's been one of those where you've just been using your brain for a couple hours. If we could have 30 minutes to get this correct and right with these numbers so that we can just continue and end with a vote, that would be fantastic. Does anybody have an issue with giving CJC staff until 10 after 12 to get this together?
I don't have a problem at all.
Do you guys want to take a lunch and come back at 12:30?
Both of you talked at the same time, so I'm not sure. Joe, what did you say?
Oh, I just said I'm fine.
Okay, you're fine. Okay. I mean, we can take lunch right now if you'd like to come, if you want it, do you all want to come back at 12:30? And we can figure this out. It's 45 minutes. It'll give you enough time to get lunch and kind of relax and get us enough time to get everything together, and then we'll come back at 12:30. Does that? I don't anticipate the end taking very long, but we need to make sure we have our numbers correct for y'all.
That way you're not pressured, number one, and number two, you have time to, the mathematicians have time to make sure it all works out.
Perfect. Okay. Let's go. Let's come back at 12:30 then, and we will show you what the scenario came out to be, and then the last two slides, and then we'll take a vote and conclude the meeting. Okay? Everybody good with that? Cool. All right. See you back here at 12:30. All right, we're back, y'all. I see Jake on camera. I just wanted to make sure GRC's back before we move on. There's Joe, or Julie and Kelsey here. Hi, Julie. Just waiting for Kelsey and then we can get going. Just want to make sure everybody's present. Kelsey, are you back? Okay. All right, so we're gonna just continue. We just have a little bit left to go, but we left off, I'm gonna upload this. We left off with you all requesting a little bit clearer picture of what the scenario that you asked for looked like in terms of reduction. So oh, hold on. Here we go. Okay, so this is where we landed with our last discussion. So we had the base level recommendation with about 7.9 million in reduction. That is when we went court to court and applied that methodology that we would. And then with a 50% additional reduction in supplies. That's after the adjustment that was made in the base level recommendation, and then an 80% reduction in housing. Jake.
No, go ahead and finish. I hit that a little too quick, a little too trigger happy.
Okay, so an 80% reduction in housing, as well as a reduction in the administrative ask by an additional about 10%. We have an exact number, so it's about 10%. So these additional reductions in funds will get us about $569 away from the available funds for the specialty court program. So just to note on the administrative ask in that 569, we will have to make specific adjustments. to not any large cuts or any additional cuts. We'll just have to adjust the dollar amount to make sure that it's accurate. And so that's where that 569 comes into play. So this is the scenario that you all requested that we get numbers on with the amount cut based on that scenario from each category. So Jake.
So in talking about administrative costs, was there some administrative costs added to the OJD monies allotted for OJD as far as for the personnel, the coordinator positions? Was there any admin costs associated with that? Any other costs associated with that besides just the personnel?
Are you talking about like there were no, to answer your question, it was just like a personnel request was just the personnel request. There was no additional administrative ask allocated to OJD, right? So the county administrative ask is just for county funds. There were no administrative funds allocated to OJD from the county. No.
Were there any administrative costs given to OJD? I mean, did they ask for any? And if so, were they budgeted for any admin costs? Because what I'm just trying to see is I know you said earlier, we're going to see the OJD, the money's going to OJD, but as we're talking administrative cuts on the county side, I'm wondering, is there room to cut some of this from OJD? And if so, how much are they getting?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So let me just clarify. OJD is not being awarded any funds. OJD is being allocated from funds from the county. And so there isn't a space for OJD to request anything in this grant process, right? And so the counties did not allocate any admin funds to OJD. So there's nothing there to cut.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I knew that. I just wanted to double check to make sure that because of the way the funding goes right to OJD, we don't see that as like it used to be. We'd see it and have to reimburse that. It wasn't a different pot. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great question. Any other comments or thoughts on this scenario?
Well, if we did. Well, if we need.
Jake, were you trying to, I don't know if you were commenting or not, but you're muted. Any other comments, questions? Is this something that you all are willing to adopt as the scenario to get to the amount of the available funds? Is this scenario something that you're willing to adopt?
I guess I would just say, I mean, this is consistent with what CJC was recommending with some adjustments to it. I mean, is that fair to say?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so from that standpoint, yeah, I'm supportive of this.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments?
Before we vote and move forward, do we need to figure out where this extra 570 is going to come from?
No, we'll make those adjustments on the back end with there's still some adjustments needed to be made on admin just to make sure that it's accurate. So that's something that we can take care of.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay. Moving on. Oh, Joe, go ahead.
Just, I guess, one kind of process question. So we know now versus when it comes up later. So how much unspent funds did we have in the treatment court grant area this last biennium? Do we know yet?
We don't, we actually don't know that yet. We just had RFRs were due on Monday and they have not been processed yet on our end simply because of today. So we will know that. But
I figured they weren't, but part of the reason I was asking the question is do we have any idea of a general anticipated amount that we might have left over?
Yeah, projected about between 2.5 and 3 million left over.
Okay. So part of the reason I'm asking the question is it seems like if we're in that ballpark again, I mean, what have we been doing collectively? Have you been extending the ability to expend those funds right through December? Is that how this has been working?
Yeah, so the project period for this this one that we were talking about today will go until December. So it will allow for 6 extra months of spending. We're also distributing our allotment of federal funds differently, so that those can be spent down in a more efficient way as well. So yes, we are looking at ways to address that.
Okay, and so part of the reason I'm asking is, I mean, I know we have a responsibility to make a recommendation that's consistent with the allocation and the request. So I get that, but historically we always seem to have some underspent funds or whatever. And so if folks aren't spending those down, you know, I guess how's that process working? And I'm just thinking in terms of, you know, is there a way for us to, you know, to meet some of, like, if we wanted to, I mean, the admin cost is something we've identified as being important. So it's like, you know, is there a way for us to add back some admin cost, you know, a year into it based on projections or based on unspent funds, or is your process just to reallocate those through a supplemental process? Or, you know, because usually everyone's asking, I think our experience has been is, you know, folks are asking for what they're asking for, we make reductions, and then for a variety of reasons, just like any other budget, we end up having some unspent funds. And it just seems like it would be nice if there was a mechanism to help in some of these areas, in particular for me, the administrative costs for counties doing this work.
Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, we're taking an active approach on that on underspending, and we'll be evaluating, particularly in the first year of spending, potential for a supplemental round and any other options we have to address that issue. So it is something that we've recognized, and going forward are going to be pretty active in how we address that with each specific court. So yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
And I can talk to you at another time about a couple ideas. So great.
Okay, absolutely. Any other comments on this scenario? Is everybody comfortable with adopting this scenario so that we get to our available funds? Okay, I'm hearing nothing, so I'm going to move on. So we did want to just show this this is the amount that has been allocated based on all the cuts or the reductions that we made, that has been allocated to OJD. This is something where, for those of you who don't know the process, instead of OJD having a contract with each specific court, essentially the county allocates money to them, and then we have one contract with OJD. And so it's been a little bit more efficient for OJD and the counties, so that they don't have to worry about getting those in place. And we have the mechanisms in place already for financial reporting and things like that. So just wanted to show this and see if there were any questions regarding this allocation to OJD. Okay. Oh, Jake.
So we were capped at $12,000 across the board with few exceptions for training and travel.
Mhm.
And I see they have just over $250,000. They're about 250,000 there. How many coordinators is that sending? Because I just assumed all along that training for our court person came out of my training budget. I didn't know that I could budget above and beyond for training and travel. I just assumed our total court ate that cost. So how many people does this allow if we're limited to 12?
So the cap for training and travel was applicable to the county and OJD. It was across both. And so it was equitable both on the county if there was money, training and travel, and money allocated to OJD for training and travel. That cap was placed on both together, if that makes sense. So that was applicable to the overall request of each court was capped at 12,000, regardless of whether or not it was OJD allocated or county allocated, county funds.
Good.
Does that answer?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions about this? Okay, so the last slide, I'm going to show this as kind of a total. Again, just a reminder, we did this by county. We did not do it by court. And the reason being is because as we vote, we've got to pull specific counties that you all had a conflict of interest on. So the top part is kind of the overall picture of what we've done today. The $28 million in total requested funds, all the way down to the available funds at 19.1 million. And then the overall dollars that were cut from the total ask. Any questions about this? Again, I just want to stress this. This is by county, not by court type. So this is not something that is necessarily under evaluation by county. It's just a way for us to be able to make the voting process a little bit more efficient. Any questions? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Just wanted to give you a chance to look it over. So we are now at this point where we need to vote for your final recommendation of funding to the commission. So again, it's for 19.1 million with the 569 for a little bit of wiggle room for us to make adjustments on the administrative ask. So we have come up with some language for a motion. I would just like to propose that there be a motion to adopt the baseline reductions, the base level that we went through with CJC analysis. So the baseline reductions plus the grant review committee adopted scenario. The allocation of county funds to OJD and the overall recommendation to fund all specialty courts, with the exception of Douglas County Drug Court, Mental Health Court, Columbia Drug Court, Mental Health Court, and Family Treatment Court, Union Drug Court and Mental Health Court, and Lake County Drug Court. That was a mouthful. But essentially what that will do is that motion, and then we can then entertain motions on those particular counties.
Can I just say so moved?
Sure.
Because, yeah, I'm assuming you have that captured in the
Yes.
minutes and can articulate it as stated. So
Yes.
I followed it, but I'm just not going to repeat that. So
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Perfect. Okay, so again, potential a motion to adopt baseline reductions recommended by CJC staff, plus the GRC adopted scenario, the allocation of county funds to OJD, and the overall recommendation to fund Douglas County Drug Court and Mental Health Court. Can I have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay. Actually, I did this. Okay, hold on, let me back up. For the previous one, well, we'll go with this, and then I'm gonna have to back up and have y'all vote. So I messed up on that. So for Douglas County, we got a second. Kelsey, what is your vote on that? Yes, okay. Could you verbalize that just so we have it on record?
Yes.
Okay, Julie? Do you vote yes? Or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna back up because I messed up. I apologize. So, do you all have a motion to adopt baseline reductions plus scenario, the scenario that was adopted by the Grant Review Committee, the allocation of county funds to OJD, and the overall recommendation to fund all specialty courts, with the exception of Douglas County Drug Court, Mental Health Court, Columbia County Drug Court, Mental Health Court, Family Treatment Court, Union Drug Court, Mental Health Court, and Lake Drug Court. I need another motion on that.
so moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, so vote Jake. Jake.
Yeah.
Do you approve or not approve the motion to fund?
Oh, I approve. I gave thumbs
Okay.
up.
Oh, I need you to verbalize it because I can't.
Okay,
Yeah. just
yes,
on the- okay.
I do.
Okay, Kelsey,
Yes.
Julie,
Yes.
and Joe.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so moving on to, thank you for your patience with that. Moving on to Columbia County. So motion to adopt the baseline reductions plus the GRC adopted scenario, the allocation of county funds to OJD, and the overall recommendation to fund Columbia County Drug Court, Mental Health Court, and Family Treatment Court.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so Kelsey, how do you vote?
Yes.
Joe
Yes.
and Jake?
Yes.
Right, okay. For Union County, motion to adopt baseline reductions plus the Grant Review Committee adopted scenario, the allocation of, the allocation of county funds to OJD, and the overall recommendation to fund the Union County Drug Court and Mental Health Court.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Julie,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and Jake.
Yes.
Okay, motion to adopt baseline reductions plus the adopted GRC scenario, the allocation of funds to OJD, and the overall recommendation to fund Lake County Drug Court.
So moved.
There a second?
Yes.
Okay. Julie,
Yes.
Kelsey,
Yes.
and Joe.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that and for your patience with that, because that was a lot. That is all we have today. The next steps are applicants will be notified that this meeting occurred and given the date for the commission meeting, which is next Thursday. And so they'll get notification of that. This recommendation will then go before the commission for final approval, as it is, as you all have recommended it today with all of those different pieces and parts. And then there will make final decisions on funding awards, and then we will move into notification of applicants at that point for their overall award. Rachel.
Sorry, Rachel, I just have a process question. So I think you said this earlier, but I want to make sure I understood it properly. So the decisions that were just made by the GRC programs will be notified. Obviously, this goes to the commission next week. Programs, this will be different than last time in that they don't get to go back and rework the budgets based on these cuts. They get what's been decided here. However, there is the formal amendment request process if folks do need to move across categories once the awards have been put out. Is that right?
Once the contracts have been signed.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep, absolutely. Jake.
What time is the commission meeting next week? And then also, are you asking, requesting, or encouraging us to be part of that in case there is questions from the commission?
That's a good question. It's next week. Did you ask when it was? I'm sorry. It's next Thursday at 1 o'clock is the time for the commission meeting. I don't think you'll need to be there. Just speak. Obviously, you can attend if you'd like to, because they are making final funding decisions. But in terms of CJC staff's expectation that you're there, I don't think that that's necessary.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments, questions, concerns?
Just a quick comment, Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably my fourth process going through this grant review stuff, and it's gotten better every biennium. And for us to set aside a day and a half to review this, and we're done in about a half a day. I appreciate the hard work and due diligence that you and your CJC counterparts put into this to make sure this was a smooth process. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Joe?
Yeah, I was just gonna echo the same thing. I've been part of this forever. I don't even remember anymore, but a long time. And we've talked about getting to this point, and this is the closest I think we've ever come to getting to what I think we've been working towards for at least the last 2 or 3 biennia. So thank you. One, for CJC being open to our feedback. I think it starts with that and a willingness to work with us to kind of come up with something that's going to work for you and help streamline your work, but also is going to work with the partners and the committee members for us to create a process that, hopefully it's even helpful for the applicants, and if there's ways we can always get that feedback from them to kind of just make little tweaks here or there to move it forward. I got a couple suggestions when we're done and past this or whatever that they're super minor, but great job. To everyone who is involved in this process, we appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the kind words and also really appreciate any feedback from this process as well, as it was a little bit new for us too. So any feedback you have on anything that needs to be improved or be different, that would also be quite helpful for us moving forward. So appreciate it. So, okay, so that is all I have today. I thank you so much for your time. Thank you for spending the morning just really going through some heavy stuff and making this lift with us. And yeah, have a great rest of your day. Obviously, we're not meeting tomorrow. And as of right now, just so you all are aware, we don't have obviously another meeting set up for the competitive grant process. If there is a need for you all to meet in the future, we will be in contact. But thank you so much for your hard work and have a great day.